don't remember what I was doing last time. I do remember I spent a lot of time running around back in Wendell, because I could finally go back, and realized that a bunch of side quests were just no longer available. Let's see. Alright, I was just looking at side quests, and apparently there's someone in this town at night that can give me a spirit for the dead bear gold that I have. And it depends on the day. So if possible, I would actually probably want another wisp if I can, because I really need more healing. Yeah, I can't tell if it's actually in town. I said... This isn't even the right direction. I said northeast. Here? I wouldn't think so. Maybe it went out of town. Anyways, let's take a look at the map again real quick. So I'm all the way down here in Ishi, and what's it called? Get there eventually. Lormar. That is apparently where I'm headed. But there's also stuff I can do north of Ishi, so I'll be checking that out. Oh, no, close the stupid menu. There we go. There's also some guy here during the day that wanted a worm that I found off of an enemy. Well, not a lot of damage, but at least I can hurt him with it. Oh. Yeah, whenever they're glowing, I can't hurt them. It hurts me. Pretty annoying that they keep doing it then. Oh my god. Yeah, 'cause 36 hit points is not enough. Oh my god, you're not hitting me. Stop it. And I'm not... Quit it! You're not touching me. This game is really stupid with its hitboxes. Okay. Wow. That was dumb. Ooh. That is some kind of dragon. Okay. Okay. Axe works pretty well, it seems. Yeah, took him down pretty quick. Okay, so apparently going to Lormar is progression, so I'm going to check out what's in the desert first. Okay. I think I still have them set not to use magic. Maybe that'll help. Sure, bombs, why not? I just always expect a trap. Yeah, that little bit makes him spam it, basically. Doesn't do a lot of damage, but it... Jeez! Apparently this is the way to build up spirits. Okay, anytime you want to stop. I was going to try to check if I could jump this pit, but they keep respawning. No. Okay. So I'm guessing the dragon was a rare spawn. Would you swing this stupid axe? I really wish I had the sword. I don't understand these hitboxes. I am plenty far from him, and he still hits me. That's... was clearly charged up enough. Whatever. Great, and now I can't hurt it. Okay, so I guess back to town immediately. I was... got real far there. I thought the guy was here. Stop, stop. Was it him? Oh, it was him, okay. You got a boo-boo worm. Gimme, let's measure it. Almost 18 inches. That'd only make a bad batch. I haven't really been using the ends, but that's pretty expensive. Huh, looks like I should be able to go down. So now it's no longer night, so I don't know what that's supposed to mean about trading dead bear gold to that guy. Wait, what? Then where do I go? Stop! No, stop! Hit it! Getting really tired of that. How do I get anywhere in here then? Can't jump that. Okay, I can't go around the town. I don't see anywhere to grapple. I don't know. I have no clue. So they're just taunting me with a bunch of treasures that I can't get. So I guess the only place I can go is to Lower. I have to rest again because Willie's an idiot. I'm fairly certain I did not make enough money to cover this. I'm gonna just take a look at the guide real quick where this guy's supposed to be. Nope, just northeast. I wonder if it was supposed to be that room where the dragon spawned before. I'm just not getting there. Oh, and now he needs to stop casting. Apparently they're super weak to axes. Did I upgrade my axe, maybe? I upgraded a few weapons. That doesn't tell me anything. Oh well. So then I do need to head to the armory. So that's where the armory is actually available now, because I actually have to use it. I gotta remember how to find it. Pretty sure it's just straight south. We did some fighting, maybe the orchard is going something. It has. So I don't remember the orchard being this stingy, I guess, in Legend of Mana. Like, you give it a few seeds and it grows a bunch of different things. And this, it seems to be to get more than one thing at a time. Someone wanted dice berries. No idea where they were. This, you just have to keep giving them a bunch of seeds. I could be misremembering Legend of Mana. It's been a really long time since I played that. I have not been counting how many I've been feeding him. That should be plenty. I don't seem to randomly get a lot of seeds, so I don't think that's a particularly good system. Alright. So I guess no other choice but to go here. Guess I'll figure out what I can do for that, give that guy Dudbear gold when I finish streaming. See how I actually find him. So what if the others just launch? So now I'm stuck here. Okay, interesting. Anyways, this is saying I'll see if I can find out where to find that guy to trade him for a spirit. Oh, ice physics, that's nice. Really just going to town on it. I was wanting to build up the spear. I can't imagine a rabbit being immune to anything. Must make me wonder what was to the south. Just completely whiff it. And they're still doing so little damage to Willy. He's still the best partner I've had. I mean, everyone gets caught on terrain, so... But he actually contributes to the fight, is what I'm saying. There's a path to the south, and it's seeming more and more like I'm heading the right way, and that's not what you really want to do in an RPG. I was complaining about not getting enough siege, but here I'm getting a bunch of them. Although only round, it seems. I think if I check the map... Yeah, it looks like the town is north of the armory. Although the map's not 100% accurate in that regard. It's the one... by Wendell, it made it look like it was directly west and southwest. So go check that southern path. I think I saw a chest. Yep. So there's at least a chest to get. Just like the regular rabbis, these guys really do not like it when I wake them up. Okay, it's only the chest. Alright. I didn't think there'd be like a whole other thing to do. Alright. Terrible healing. That was worth going back for. I could hear him swinging at this thing and he didn't even wake it up. I don't think I set him back to use... I did not. Snowy rabbits might be resistant to Undyne. Well, resistant it looks like, but not too bad. Too much. I completely missed that chest until I was off screen. Smoke. Oh, that's the one that just steals your magic points. Now he's only using magic. Just that one little bit telling him to use magic, and that's all he's using. not how I expected the terrain to be. Give me a minute, I gotta take care of my cat. He's being weird. Sorry about that. My cat likes to make himself get sick because he's trapped in here with me. But then when I open the door to let him out, he just comes right back in. Yeah, he's dumb. Right. I was expecting a town. Okay, so this is Lormar Castle. It's awfully quiet. Frozen solid. Frozen solid. Okay. At least put these golden statues where I need them. And also towns. Okay, so I guess no exploring. Everybody is frozen. Our first guest in how many years? Who are you? I'm King Lorimar. Though I'm the only one in the castle right now. Welcome to the Kingdom of Lorimar. Why is everybody frozen? Have no fear. They are not dead. Not dead, you say? They sure look like they are. This man sold his own people to the Vandal Empire so he could get mana power. Vandal gave him an old evil spirit, which King Lorimar sacrificed his people for, and now he's the only one left in his whole kingdom. What do you mean, what about them? Not knowing they'd been deceived by Vandal, they had followed the spirit's wishes. I had no choice. There was no other way. If that spirit had been so easy to tame, Vandal never would have let him go. You be quiet. We've heard enough from you, Marley. Have you no shame, even your beloved son? Poor Prince Durak. Oh no, like you suddenly noticed him. He's been there the whole time. I'll never forgive you. Sniff, sniff. Oh. Travelers, such is the state of our country. You would do well to pass through this land without looking back. Marley, you're Marley, right? My word, Ms. Fox. You are looking well. You too, Marley. I'm so glad you made it safely off the airship. You two friends? Yeah, that's right. We crashed the airship. How did she survive? This is Marley, Dark Lord's lady-in-waiting. I'm sorry, Marley. You couldn't come to an understanding? No, Dark Lord had his mind firmly set. He also was well aware that he could lose his life in a rebellion. So Dark Lords... When I heard that you had attacked Dark Lord, Ms. Fox, was inexplicably bathed in a sense of sadness and relief. Ms. Fox, I mean you no harm. As you can see, our nation is in a terrible state. You would do well to pass through this land and not stop. Marley, we want to go to Subsea Volcano. Do you know the way? To reach Subsea Volcano, you must pass through Rocky Wilds. But on the way there, I fear the armory has icy devils of its own. Oh no. Does that mean we can't get there? There's perhaps one way. The evil spirit who froze the people is called... Malorus? If we defeat Malorus, you may also dispel his magic. Marley, we don't have much time to stand around and reminisce. We've got to go. Where is this Malorus? That look in your eyes, I can tell you are determined. Malorus has made a den in Cal Peaks. I shall give you this key. See, key to Lorimar Castle. You are free to move about the castle. Thank you, Marley. Miss Fox, you have experienced much since we last met. I feel you are far more sure of yourself. Take care. To defeat Malorus, go to Cal Peaks by the castle's back gate. Frozen solid. What kind of stupid design makes you go through the castle to get past it? I mean, I guess if you like entertaining travelers, so they have to go through your place. Okay, I expected them to connect together. So this just makes you wonder what's around the other way. And a merchant. I would guess that's an inn, then. I did not expect to be able to do that. Okay. Interesting. If I can't do it there, sure. Okay. And now they're immune again. I mean, this is better than a partner just being completely worthless. Huh. I don't know if I can do anything with this, or if I have to beat the boss first. I would assume Salamander. Yeah, I can't do anything with it. So I do have to beat the boss first. Sounded like I might get Shade soon, too. Unless it's a specific weapon, that doesn't make too much sense, though. Okay. I don't know what weapon it would even be. And I can't get that way. Well, it certainly was an enemy. Okay, then I have to be able to break them. Because I have to go this way. So I need to try other weapons. Mace? No, I'm just going to check the guide. Let's see. Destroy him with my sword. Great, great. This is even specifically the heroine's path, who does not have a sword. Maybe I just need to hit him a bunch. Let's find out. Okay, yeah, I just need to hit him a bunch. Okay, it didn't look like anything was happening to him before. No. So when he's not stuck on terrain, he actually does contribute. Actually, probably do want to go to the right for treasure. Oh, I'm actually taking significantly less damage than I was before I upgraded my armor, so that's a plus. Oh, they can... What the... I was not expecting to go up that as a ramp. So they can steal my magic points. And it's a dead end. Okay. And again, I can't hurt it because he's hitting it. Alright. Still making good progress in levels. I think one more in each, and then one more in these two. That did not look like the one I was hitting, sure. Really should have hit both of them, but okay. I guess only the bow can do that. Still ridiculous that only the bow is crowd control. Okay, water coin. Should be getting close to like a full set of coins. I do know that there's someone somewhere that wants to see a full set. I don't know that they take it. There is a side quest to just show them a full set of coins. I think there's another one for a full set of the icons. Huh, okay. Both of those two enemies were repeat bosses in Secret of Mana. Actually pretty annoying bosses. Most of the bosses, I should say, are in Secret of Mana were pretty annoying. Didn't think I could jump up there. So just for the enemy. I don't know why some weapons get too into the charge meter instead of just one. I noticed the bow did it last time too. I'm going through a whole lot of magic right now, but healing is important. That was a significant amount. Oh, I did increase it quite a bit whenever I was fighting those enemies in the glass desert. Is that how they expect me to get better healing? So it's like 1 point per level. That's going to be a lot of grinding. Oh. I guess if you still tell me when this is done, I guess I can see if that hammer I got it's one-time use or if it's infinite use, like the one in, where is it? Okay, now I don't even know where it's at. Mystery item? Yeah. So if I can see if this is infinite use like the one in Secret of Mana or if it's one-time use. Why can I not target him? Oh my god. No, this is just stupid. So it might be completely unrelated to the status effect. Is this already the boss? Okay. I was about to get annoyed if I needed the bow again for a boss. Okay. It is annoying that he is worthless on it. I think I do. I need... Oh my god! What is that damage? He's just gonna be dead. This is stupid. That is so much damage. But it's a super easy boss. That was dumb. Is it so? I came to this world to see tomorrow. Before I knew it, I forgot my purpose and just floated aimlessly. Thank you, youngsters. A mist of blood. The pent-up magic became a thick fog, which traversed the sky. Crossing the mountains and turning to rain. Doesn't look like rain. Crossing the snowfield and turning to rain. You just... Okay. Now it's rain. Torrents of rain spoke of the years gone by and those who were sacrificed. That rain of blood rode the wind all the way to the castle. The people awoke and realized what had happened. Now they're mad at the king. Freed from the ice, they sought the truth and blamed the king. As well they should, it was his fault. I'm sorry, Durek. You may not be able to think of this old fool as your father anymore, but... Durek, will you succeed as Lormar's king today? Father, your sin is great. Malorus was defeated by warriors from outside the kingdom. Let us dispense with hatred and sadness and rebuild Lormar together. That will be your atonement, Father. Just a moment. I know someone very much like you. You were mistaken. No, my apologies. You are... Pamela, are you not? Surely you jest. I am Marley, handmaid in service to the Granz family. I am old enough to be your mother. Please release me. Wait a minute. Pamela, wasn't it just yesterday that we spoke tenderly under the stars? Your heart is as pure as ever. But as for me, I have grown more tainted with each passing day. Nothing is more cruel than the passage of time. Pamela watches over Lormar from a distant land. What matters now is that you become a most excellent king. The rain of blood melted not only the outer shell, but the inner core of the people as well. Thus they forgave the king, and the young prince ascended to the throne. Yet as the king was born, an old love was lost. Marley? To love or be loved, which brings greater happiness. It does not look like a Lormar soldier, it looks like a Grand soldier, or a realm soldier, I guess they call them. I wonder when Pamela and Prince Durac will wed. Oh, what is marriage? What is dating? What? I've done a terrible thing to poor Marley. She came to look in on me so often. If only I could turn back the hands of time. Father told me, "You're the ones who defeated Malorus. Our deepest thanks. If you see Lady-in-Waiting Marley, please tell her that I will make a fine nation, and let her know that she is always welcome." Where did that Pamela go off to? Poor King Durac. Okay, there's... should at least be an inn. Not that I necessarily need the inn. Or not that I need a shop either. I have a fever in the back of my head. I'm not fibbing. What? It's really back there. I am... okay, this guy's just everywhere. I got dice berries. And that's it. At Subsea Volcano there are places where the earth is brittle. Some spots are so soft they can be penetrated with a sword. So it's a good idea to poke around and watch where you're walking. At least that's what an explorer once told me. So basically that the snowfield I was just in. Adventurous stories are full of lies. They got swept away in a flash flood, then the water was gone. They were attacked by a 60-foot giant squid. Hard to know what's true. I hate liars. You've got good friends, okay? From the position of the sun and stars, we were able to calculate the altitude of Rocky Wilds. Now, thanks to us, anyone can go there. Sure? As if I needed that to get there. I needed to unfreeze Professor Baum. I'm bored. Want to play with me? Is that barbecued newt? How'd you? That smells so... Man, that smells good. You didn't happen to bump into my son, did you? Oh, forgive me. I'm Marco, originally from Topple. My son is so thoughtful. I left home to work. I was desperate, so I became a mercenary. Now I'm barely surviving, living among the shadows. But tell my son that he shouldn't worry. Topple's the best. And now that Dark Lord has fallen, he need not fret about me. Mind if I have a bite? Yum. Oh, so sorry. I just need a little more time before I go back home. Till then, just a bit. Chomp, chomp. More time, please. And for my son. Receive barbecued tail. Okay. So I gotta go all the way back to Topple. I was a ruffian myself in my younger days. See, I've been down to Subland River before, but a huge puddle there kept me from going on any further. Ho ho ho, that was pretty pathetic. Wow! No! So I was right, that was an inn, and it's ridiculously expensive. I mean, I don't know how much money I even have at the moment. I have a fair amount, but that's still ridiculous. Especially with a golden statue. I don't need the best buff. Why can't I jump off of some of them? Whatever. There were people to the left as well. Just talk to everyone before I continue on. It's like that Marco, there might be more side quest stuff. Lomar Engineering is number 1. Sure. You release the castle from the ice? I want you to know how much we appreciate it. But my heart is still frozen, same as before. I lost something very valuable to me. Okay, if I tell you about it? Sure. I'm looking for geodes. 8 kinds, each one with spirit power. Fire, water, earth, wind, wood, moon, and even light and dark. You know the armory? Before this place froze, when I was traveling, I emptied out the geodes in my pockets. Each geode had a spirit trapped inside. I think I might be the only one who can break the seal. Would you go find them? If you do, then I can break the seal and set the spirits free. The geodes are small and very hard to see. Good luck. Why is his name lowercase here? Just, okay. If you find a geode, the spirit, bring it to me. Which geode seal do you want to break? What? I know I have geodes. Why don't you just list the ones that I have instead of all of them? Because now I gotta figure out where they're stored. This super awkward menu. The event items? Yes. Okay, I got dark and water. So this should be shade. Unless I have to actually find shade before I can get him. Yep. Alright, so I can get water. This geode has Undyne in it. I'll break the seal right now. Received Undyne, a water spirit. So... oh, I have 2. So I'm hoping that's just like a straight up increase. So if I can find a wisp geode, or any other way to get additional wisp, that should be a lot more healing. I hope. You're the one who rescued us, aren't you? Thanks ever so much. Why can I only jump off some of these? It's annoying. Super inconsistent. Okay. I'm actually going to run to the bathroom real quick. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Right, I'm back. Let's get back to the game. Okay. No enemies. Does that mean there's Niccolo? Yes. Right. Yes. There we go. It's tempting to give that to my partner, but if I lose him, then I lose the accessory. I'll lose all that defense, though. Let's see how it affects the damage I take, because that's a lot of defense to just lose. Well, it didn't make a difference yet. Okay, well, that was a critical, but that's not too bad. Probably need to swap it around when I run into a boss, though. Keeps waiting until the enemy's dead to use the charge attack. Or faces the complete wrong direction. There he goes. Waiting just a second after they die, because I missed the chest before. Yeah, like that one I would have missed if I just ran off. I fully expected a trap. I think it's immune to the spear. Yes. Never mind, he got it. Wow. That was just like regular damage too. Okay. Feels like a really unnecessary stop here. Like, that's also pretty far off from where I've been before, so I wonder if I can go to that island down to this southwest. I don't know how I'd get there other than an armory, though. I don't remember if I mentioned last time, but he is also from Legend of Mana. I do not remember what he did in that, though. There was no canon travel. It's a very different style of game, so I do not remember at all. Okay. Of course I miss. It always seems to be the last enemy that drops treasure when they do actually drop something. see what's over here before I go over there. Does that floating rock hurt him? That's really dumb. It did. What are you supposed to do about that? More weapon swapping. Okay, guess it's good that I went over this way, because this was the optional path. Yep, the last enemy with the chest again. It looked like the mimic trap upgraded. It's a different color in the list of traps. I don't know if that means anything. Oh, that should have hit it. Whatever. Get the whip for this. There's Diccolo again. Take the path to the left, since I'm assuming up is progress. Oh, come on, do something. He just keeps getting hit by the rocks. There's absolutely nothing I can do about it because I can't make him come across. Even though other times partners have jumped the gaps where I had to use the whip. Jeez. Obsidian sounds really good. I don't need this anymore. This is looking more like the correct way to go. Since I'm in combat, I can check what wherever they're stored. I have no idea. I was going to check what coins I had. I'm not in combat, that's why they're not there, because I killed all the enemies. I really hate this menu system. Just let me see everything I have. Okay, I'm missing one. Gnome. Or Earth. Or whatever. I should have even fewer. I have more icons than I thought. Wow, 5 gen. That doesn't help. I thought it would actually show me my progress. So I'm assuming the path that I did not take was the optional one. Oh. This is a nice thing to run into. I should have a couple things to tell him. I should have traveled back to Topple to turn in that tail. I don't want to do this. I want to... Come on, let me up there. I want to harvest first. I did not know I could walk over these pits. I wonder. Nope. So this does not actually count as combat. That's enough for now. Let's go read what he wrote. Should have at least one more thing to turn in. Or not turn in, talk to him about. Malware split rain. You stumped a boss, and then the rain defrosted everyone again. But fight a boss, me, I suppose a cup of soup would warm their toes? What? I think it should just be the Lormar and the running that dad for the oh, I guess it did this one instead of the barbecue newt. G found this spirit in a rock. Discoveries are swell, and if you find it, could you return my pill bug's outer shell? What? Okay, so I guess I don't get it looks like I'll be able to whip off screen. I guess I don't turn in the one with the barbecue newt until I return the tail to the kid. So then I actually want to go back and see what was in that other path. Wow, I'm hurting quite a bit. Let me heal. How did that happen? Yeah, it was right up here, I believe. Let's see what's in here. Just a treasure, okay. Danger Grail. And they're good to have, but he has not been dying. Other than that boss fight, that was ridiculous. And there goes my magic points. Sure. And now he decides to join me. There we go. Who's that? Sure. Ow, jeez. Yeah, I think if you want to get treasures, you really gotta save the one you want it from till last. I've seen them drop treasures before then, but that seems to be the most common to drop the treasure is the last one you kill. Let me go! I'm not attacking. Oh my god, game! I'm not attacking it, I'm leaving. Wow. That's a dumb enemy. Thank you. It hit the enemy that it couldn't hurt instead of a thing to grapple onto. That's stupid. I think it was also immune to spear. He needs healed too. So of course he keeps walking out of my range because he's a dumbass. I'm not gonna throw items at him because he wants to be stupid. I think this is the cactus, yeah. And as long as it's not that weird foot enemy, I can use a spear on just about everything here. Okay, I was hoping there'd be a gold statue with all the force damage here. I was fully expecting them to be immune to the spear, because why not? I believe somewhere here there's a really well-hidden item. Let's see how I'm doing on money after spending all that much on the... Okay, I've made back quite a bit. I think I'll recognize the screen the item's on when I get there. Yeah, see, there's the last one I killed that drops a treasure chest. It seems... I don't know that that's like a rule. That just seems to be what I always notice. Looks like it's going to be a one-way. I think this might be it. Maybe not. So I know I'm going to need that hammer I've got. And since it only targets me, I think it probably will be infinite use. No. Let's see. It's a mystery item. What? Sure. So it's only in places where I don't fight? I don't know. I don't know, I just know that I need it to get the item. It really looks like I should be able to jump that. Okay. And this one I can jump. I think he's immune to the whip. He is. Yeah, so I think that's a new variety of mimic. And that's not what they're called in this, but that's what they are. I'm actually going to go off screen so he will join me. And so I can get a chest, I guess. I think once I make my money back, I'm going to switch off of the... It's a little slower than I thought it would be. I'm going to switch back to the defense accessory instead. What the... Sure. Nah. Well, they usually are worth quite a bit. Looks like the flail builds up more than one at a time. Although the flail builds up one at a time. And some weapons only build up one. Oh, build up two. Is it weapon level? It's not what I wanted to check. Because it's in status. It might be weapon level. I did not realize some of these were so high. The enemies aren't immune, I might as well use some more weapons. Is that... Can I use that hammer now? No. Okay. Okay, I don't know if he's resistant or if I'm just really low level with the knuckles. Okay, he's just resistant. Which might actually be better for building it up. I don't know. Because even if they're immune, I could still get experience out of it. Oh, it took longer, but I don't know that that helps any. I don't know if it's like usage or the amount of damage I'm doing or what. I mean, I can't imagine it'd be the amount of damage because, again, I built it up with only hitting one. So how is this supposed to work? I have no idea. Resistant to the whip. And the fist, okay. How was he not in range of that? Okay. I will explore the map before I go over there. Come on. Sure, I needed to be able to get there. Yeah, I think it's entirely usage for building up. Jeez, let me heal, jackass. So I guess this would be the way to grind up weapons. Find an enemy that's resistant and keep wailing on him. Your partner will let you hit them. Wow. So little damage, but he can't even move. Okay. Yeah, so I'm not going to keep doing that. That's atrocious. Oh, fuck. There goes all my magic points. Which I need for healing. Jump down. You too, idiot. Okay. I don't know how I leveled off of that one hit. Sure. Okay. Continue on. I really hope this isn't just a treasure room, because I didn't see any other path to take. It is just a treasure room, so now I gotta figure out where to go. I would like a gnome coin just to have it out of the way. Or an earth coin. Sounded like he leveled. Oh, I leveled. Okay. So I'm getting monk and then magician. I did not see anywhere else to go. I'm supposed to use these? I thought I was already down here. I was already down here. Okay. May have to check some maps real quick. I can't find out where to go. Don't have any prepared, so it might take a minute. That should just get me down there. Yeah, so I don't know where to go. I'll check the guide before I check for maps, because I already have this open. But, okay. It sounds like a tiny tapper is supposed to be automatic. Are you going to get up? That was weird. Come on, come on. Come up there. I was wondering how to get down. You just jump. There we go. So I think I did already miss the room that had the hidden item. And I can't go back. What? Game. Jump! Thank you! So I have to go all along the top before I can get back down to where I want to go. Okay. So then the room I was thinking must have been pretty early on. This is the first room, isn't it? Well, use a save anyways. Okay. Ow. Okay. So it looks like it should be north twice, which is where I was. And then I'm supposed to be able to use the tiny tapper to go through the hole. Which I could not do. Use it! What am I supposed to do with it then? I do not understand this. Why can I not use it? Can he use it? Why can... Oh, I think I know why. It's because I have armor that makes me immune. Oh, that's really stupid. That's so dumb. That's really dumb. Okay. At least I figured it out. Somewhere in here. Yeah. I was gonna say I'm supposed to be able to jump up and then I can find a hidden item. Whoops, I must have dozed off. Haven't seen you before. I'm head of the Brown clan. Brown's the name. Yeah, we're 20 minutes from Los Angeles and 30 minutes from Loon Beach. We're in Coolville City, the last paradise. You come a long way. I'll give you one of our famous Coolville products. Which would you like? Oh, this one, eh? It's my old one, but you'll get a lot of wear out of it. Here you go. See, brownie ring. Yeah, so like one of the developers on this game was Brownie Brown or something like that. That is very overpowered. Wow. Okay. No, I want to go back through there. So, game, you gotta let me use the... I have to be able to switch characters, and then use the item. I don't know why, and I can only switch characters in combat. Okay, there was a whole other path in here that led to treasure. Okay. What the? Why can't I? Huh. I guess it only works on the heroine. Okay. So now I need to actually figure out where to go. So most of this is just stuff I've already done. I think it would have been better to find maps. Head west, then east, then west, and... It's dumb. Okay. So I'm just going to go back in here and look around. See if there's something I missed. Would you jump the stupid... Okay. I must have missed something. No, not even the combat there, so there couldn't have been a thing to whip to anyways. Wait a minute. This was dry. So this is another stupid tide thing. Which makes much more sense on the world map. So that's why I couldn't progress. That's really dumb. Looks like the other path is just going to lead to a treasure. And of course the guy I was looking at did not mention tides, just I can progress this way. Oh. The mace is the best on these things because it does so much damage. Not mace, flail. This is not a mace. I don't care what they say. It's on a chain. It is a flail. Wow. Okay. I guess resistant to that. But weak to being poked. Undying icon. I don't know why that takes so long sometimes. This guy again. And always facing south. I always forget that it changes the direction I'm facing because it's a jerk. What? I don't know if you're noticing that, but my lights just kept flickering. It's ominous. Connection is fine, looks like. Yeah. Don't know what that was. Dead guy. So he doesn't need these treasures. The gold statues are probably a boss. I mean, it would actually surprise me if there wasn't a boss. Oh, it's a robot. A robot. Production plate, Vandal Empire type warbot. Owner, Myrrh. Can't think of any names that ended in Myrrh. It's too rusty for me to read. What is an Empire robot doing here? Sure. Am I fighting the robot? No, I'm not fighting the robot. Oh, fighting the giant squid that woman said that a adventurer lied about. God's sake. Just touching them hurts me. That's stupid. Especially since I have to get close to them to attack them. Oh my god, game! Why is every boss just so awful? easy and awful. They're not even attacking, they're just standing there. That is stupid. And of course, I need the bow to attack it. And he can't help. But it also doesn't seem to hurt him at all. Actually, the only thing that has hurt me is those stupid fish. Good. Contact damage is always bad. Yeah, he was super easy without those stupid fish. What's going on? Nope. It just locks you there for a few seconds. Okay. So another annoying boss fight. Okay, now I'm in the volcano. Looks like we're going to be platforming over the lava. It's fun. Oh, that's what they were talking about. They said you poke it, but no, you walk over it. Sure. Of course, enemies are immune to lava. For God's sake. Let's see. I think that's gnome. Actually, I'm not even going to do that. I'm not going to go that way yet. That's probably the ones that I actually poke. So it's like the ice formations in the snowfield, I assume. Looks like only certain sections actually break. Okay. Sure, yeah, that's how those work. Never heard of 3D spaces. Oh, good. Sure. I guess as long as I keep away from them. Alright, coin. I'm missing an earth one. Maybe I can see if I can actually hurt the thing. I cannot. Oh my god. Stop walking away, you idiot. Where are you going? Good! They also hurt me. Why wouldn't they also hurt me? Or just skip the whole thing? Oh, that's mean. I don't know if that showed up on stream. Hit it. Are you going to hit it, or do I have to actually get hurt? Okay. I doubt it. Just them self-destructing put them in here. What? I don't understand this arrangement. Shouldn't it be like each type of rabbite? That would make the most sense to me. It's like not even... It's not even organized by a location that you fight them, or... There's no sense to this, mystery. Let's see. Okay. So, definitely not, because I would have a lot more of them if self-destructing counted. So... Yep. Sure. There we go. So I get at least one of them. Okay, now I don't know which way... Sure. I don't know which way is progression and which way is treasure. No. So it's not... You don't hit them. So I was lied to. Come on. Get away from them. This is why these things should not... Oh my god! Why these things should not be regular enemies, because he's just going to get himself killed. There's nothing I can do about it. Okay. You just walk through the lava to get to the thing you can't hurt. Oh my god. Get out of the lava! This is not the kind of game to be doing this. The AI is so stupid. How? How did I get hit? So I'm going to assume that this is the correct path. Well, I can actually hurt these moths. The AI is just too dumb to have these kinds of mechanics in this game. Okay. Oh, so I have to take damage now. Yep. Just slowly walk through the lava. What? Hope they're not like the clouds in Secret of Mana. They were immune to it. Physical damage. Let me hit him. Okay. He's immune to that too. For God's sake. Would really rather not waste items reviving him either. Oh my God, heal him! Heal him! Oh my God! I'm surprised it didn't hurt him. I'm very surprised it didn't hurt him. What are you doing down there? Okay. Is that what I want? I think X. And what is a cloud going to be weak to? And this is a volcano, so... This is a volcano, so he has no reason to be so worthless. And they're not in here. Great. Stop. How are they resistant to Undyne? This is a volcano. Oh my... No, no. There is too much swapping back and forth of everything for this game. And the AI is just too dumb for these kinds of areas. Did that not heal him? What is the hit? Oh my God! Heal him! What is the range of this stupid thing? Okay, now try Undyne, the axe, I expected that to hit more than once. He definitely didn't hit me there, but okay, game. Oh, I get more spirits. Okay, that's what that does. But now I can see what their deal is. I assume also immune to physical attacks. Yes. So we don't attack them. We do not fight them at all. Just like Secret of Mana, they are a waste of time. So I am definitely going the right way here. Oh. No. Open the stupid chat. Oh my God, game. So that means that you can't attack while you're taking damage on lava. even dumber. And of course it still gets to hit me. Oh my god. I also can't jump when I'm taking damage on lava. Would you stop standing in it? So at least I can confirm this is not the way to go. So they're taking damage because this is a volcano. And how are things resistant to Undyne in here? Okay. Sure, why not? Okay. That is new. That is very new. Okay. It's still not doing much to him. Okay, that's at least a plus. Yeah, of course he got hurt. Why wouldn't he get hurt? Okay. What are we doing on money? Almost caught up. Okay. Yeah. I just had to get hurt. For God's sake! So it appears that these things are not weapons. Come on. Let me use it. And I can't even hit it. Great. So these things are not weapon specific, they are type specific. Which would make more sense if other enemies were type specific, and they're not. They are weapon specific. This is slash. This is slash. But an enemy could be resistant to sickle and weak to axe. It makes no difference. And they have such ridiculous ranges that they're going to respawn too. I don't know how that didn't hit me. I'm just going to leave and... No. Leave and heal. Oh my god. My opinion of this game is rapidly declining just from this area. It is not designed for any... None of the mechanics in this game is designed for anything that they're throwing at me now. The AI is just too stupid for any kind of constant floor damage. Constantly changing equipment for every single enemy. Just hit him. Okay. So I went to the upper right, check the upper left more thoroughly this time. I started this way and then turned around because I thought it was going to be progression. But it seems much more likely that the upper right is. Think that this is gnome. course, why would it be anything that I think? Dryad? No. So then Luna. Dumb. Why are they all the same color? I can't hurt it because he's hurting it. So I don't get to kill it because he's an idiot. Jump up there? No. Nope, that's to him. Okay, so I can jump down here, and with him trapped up here, up there, I don't have to worry about him getting hit by things. Except he still gets... Oh my god! There is no way he was in range of that. That is stupid. How do I get to that chest? Yep. This dungeon is really bad. I should have just been able to go here alone. He's great in combat. He's just... Him and every other AI is just too stupid for anything else in this game. And it's also super dumb that I can't attack enemies when they're affected by status effects. I don't remember seeing another path to take in here either. I'm just gonna beat it with the staff. Maybe its resistances are different, because I don't think the knuckle worked on the regular mimics. Yep. Did he take damage, or did that mimic take damage? Oh, here's how you do the chest. I must have missed something then. No. Should I be going back and looking for more of those? Another robot. Another chest, what? Production plate, Vandal Empire type warbot. Owner J. I don't know. It's too rusty for me to read. But what is an Empire robot doing here? Does that mean another boss? It does. No. Huh. Sure. Wait, is that? So now it's a boss. You could have just done it after the robot, like the previous one. don't know what this is going to be. Oh, makes sense, I think. Oh, for God's sake. So, back to the bow. No, the bow. Which it better not be immune to. Get out of the lava, you... It's not immune, it's just super resistant. That's great. So an enemy that I can't get near, I have to get near. Okay, so I can hurt it while it's in the ball, at least. What do I do to this thing, then? I'll try the spear, if I can get near it. It's also resistant to the spear. Of course, it's also resistant to the spear. Okay, so I'm just going to assume that it's resistant to physical attacks. Did I just do 2 and 7 with Undyne against a fire boss? Oh my god, what is wrong with this game? He is doing quite a bit more than that to it, with the exact same element. I'm going to take a look at the guide real quick, because it has some information on bosses. Okay, it does not. What? Okay. It lists the bosses on their own instead of where you fight them. That's... Okay. What even is this? Anchor. Okay. It's weak to the staff, the knuckle, the flail, the bow, the spear. No, it is not. This is a lie. It is super weak to salamander. No, it is not. This is not the. This is not what I think it is. Okay, this has to be it. Why is it weak to wind? Oh my god. I don't understand this game. It's a fire boss. It's weak to water. Do people not... The makers of this game never play a game before. It is immune to wind. What? Oh my god, what? How am I doing nothing with Jin? Even if my Jin level was too low, it would... I did not cancel the game. Even if my Jin level was too low, I would still be doing ones. How am I not hurting it? It is not weak to Jin. It's weak to Gnome. Okay. It's weak to Undyne. These people have never played a game before, and then they were put in charge of this game. Oh my god, that wasn't just bad, it was stupid. Like every boss I've encountered, it was stupid. Is this where she gets the sword? Probably not. She probably just has it, and then Duke uses it when I get to that point. Is this the Sword of Mana? That thing, you gotta be kidding me. That cruddy old rusty thing? No. The sword has so many painful stories to tell. It must be the Sword of Mana. We need to take it back to Ishii and show it to Siba. That area was just awful. Everything about it was terrible. Welcome home. Welcome back. We're glad you're okay. I thought you were supposed to be following me there. So, did you find the Sword of Mana? Here it is. It's a bit rusty. It doesn't look much like a holy sword at all. It used to be that the instant a brave Jima held the sword, it would shine like the sun. The legend of Mana, eh? I'll give you the real story. The Jimas fought to the end with that rusty sword. It only shines in Granz's fairy tales. What? That's why they're called legends. Is that the truth? You knew that all along, and you... Yes, it's okay, Duke. I know you have to hold the sword with your heart. If held with conviction, even a tree branch can become a holy sword. Now you've got it. The heart is what's most important. Possessions and power are never the true measure of a person's worth. That was a tricky puzzle to figure out, wasn't it? Words are easy to bandy about, but certain lessons are best learned through experience. I guess you could say Julius, no, I mean Vandal, learned the same thing. For even if you use mana power to control the whole world, it's all fleeting. But it is certain that thousands of people will be sacrificed for this fleeting vision. Even now that we know Julius is Vandal, Bogard and I have a reason to stop him, yet we cannot. The promise we made back then lives on. Now that we've handed the key to Sanctuary over to Julius, it's impossible for us to get there ahead of him. But if the path to Sanctuary is still closed off... Isn't that right, Siba? It's sealed, but what about raising Dime Tower? Dime Tower? The Vandal Empire's best technology was used to create a bridge that led to Mana Sanctuary. That is Dime Tower. A long time ago, the Mana Chief told me about it. But he said that Dime Tower was destroyed along with the rest of the Empire. Is this another one of those legends? I heard about it too, from Lord Granz. He said that Dime Tower sank into the glass desert. Then the path from Dime Tower must be inaccessible. Well then, Sibo, what are we going to do? Bogard, don't you think it's about time you told them what they need to know? Yes, it's been a long time coming that you said something useful. Or did something useful. Well, I suppose Dime Tower was sealed in the glass desert by none other than Siba here. Is that true, Siba? Yes, it is. But I never thought I'd have to break the seal on Dime Tower for as long as I lived. Mana Sanctuary is a force born of this world, and yet not of this world. Without the key, the only way to get there is by raising Dime Tower. However, keep in mind that Dime Tower is a tower of trials. It won't be easy reaching the Mana Sanctuary alive. All of you, are you ready to see this through to the end, even if it costs you your lives? No doubt about it. We have to go to Dime Tower. Hold on, you. If you're going to save the world, you'll need a decent meal and a good night's rest. You won't make it to Dime Tower if you're all worn out. Once again, Zila proves to be the sharpest of us all. You got that right. That night, the faithful friends feasted. They held a small banquet, with tears for the departed and thanks for the newfound friends. Willie sure can't eat. Pleasant memories would propel them forward. Lester playing his weird lute. Bonds of friendship would carry them through. But with each heartbeat, time marched on. Check out those stars. Pretty, huh? Being here like this, it's hard to believe that our lives could end tomorrow. Don't think like that. Fox, we've got a long, hard road ahead. But I'll protect you no matter what. Thank you. Is that because Amanda asked you to? I guess we'll just leave it at that. It's funny that I feel jealous of her, even though she's gone. Since mana first began to flow, it has carried people's hearts on towards the future. Okay. Before you go, allow me to open my knowledge to you. What would you like to know? Okay, so he has a lot more. Can I not back out of this? I wanted to back out of this. Whatever. I was going to talk to everyone else first before I got this lore dump again. What's next? I'll go ahead and raise Dime Tower. To enter Dime Tower, you must go through Ruined Path. First, head for Ruined Path at the north end of Glass Desert. Okay. Mana Sanctuary. I would love to see it myself sometime. Please take care. I'm sure that Lord Granz will be watching over you. Ruined Path has a strong barrier across it, placed there as part of a pact between the Gemma and the Voles. Count Lee's seal on the cave to Wendell doesn't even compare. The only way to break the barrier is with the help of a Mavole. Fox, be careful. Oh, it'll be fine, you can do it. And Bogart will look after you. I don't think he's even going. No worries. We'll go with Siba to help him break the seal on Dime Tower. And by the time you make it to the Ruined Path, we'll already have Dime Tower up and ready. Yeah, there's no time to waste. Let's get ready and bolt for Ruined Path. Oh! Okay. So I'm going with Duke. So I should check his stats. Okay, so he sorta leveled with me. But his sword level is still really low. Sure, that's useful game. But I have kind of made my money back now. And since I know that he is my, like, in-game partner, I'll give him the... I can't even do it now. I'll give him the accessory I got from Niccolo. And then I'll use this broken ring. Like, why can't I just use the shoulder buttons here to go between characters? That would make so much sense. But no, this game doesn't make sense. Sword of Mana. When the Mana Goddess first appeared in the world, she held in her left hand the light of hope to dispel darkness. In her right, she held the holy sword to vanquish evil. That's it? I knew that already. That's not new information. Julius. Julius is the reincarnation of Vandal. I also feel like he could have added more to that. So not as hot a lore dump as the last time I talked to him. Gemma. The Gemma, keeper of the Sword of Mana, was the son of the Empire's council. Council? Whatever. He was an outstanding swordsman, but compared to Vandal, he was like a child wielding a toy. The crowds wanted the Gemma to be king. I thought he just said that Gemma was a person. I know he's talking about it like it's a group. I mean, it is a group, but make up your mind, game. But after the fight, he was nowhere to be found. Even in the same sentence, they go back and forth, talking about Gemma as a person and a group. No one has heard from him ever since. And Granz embellished the stories of the Gemma. Even now, when disaster strikes, someone claiming to be a Gemma pops up. But legends are legends. What matters most is for forging your own path and being responsible for your actions. That's what Dark Lord and Vandal did. Bogard? Bogard once had a pretty fiancée. After his long battle with Vandal was over, he married her. Their time together was short, but the two of them were happy. Bogard changed after she passed on. So I think I know a spoiler to the end of this. I'm not going to say it. If you're familiar with the Mana series, it's probably the same in a bunch of games. Before you go, allow me to open my knowledge to you. Okay, he says the same thing every time, so I'm not going to keep reading that. Duke. Duke has grown stronger. It must have been quite a shock for the bright-eyed boy I first met to learn that he wouldn't make the Sword of Mana shine. But you didn't let that keep you down. Unhindered by legends, you carved out a path of your own making. That's how new eras are born. So I never really know when he's done talking, because it closes the message box and opens a new one. I guess, but real mother again. Fox. You have a mother other than Elise. Bogard and the mother who raised you have put all their hopes for the future on you. And your real mother too. Many people have pinned their hopes on you. Always remember that. That's a lot of pressure. Promises. In the battle between the three Gemmas and Vandal, everyone knew Vandal had the upper hand. But during the battle, a young girl cut in. It was the woman who Vandal and Bogard loved. For a brief moment, Vandal let his guard down. And in that moment, the Gemma pounced. Don't say it like that. The fighters made a vow to the young girl that day, which they kept faithfully. What kind of vow? I am sworn to secrecy. Okay, so that makes that all of the conversations with him. Lormar Castle. You have to get past the armory to get there. I went there a while ago, but it was so stinking cold I came right home. Seems evil spirits have been living there for years. Keep your eyes peeled. How did you get back if Professor Baum was also frozen? I'd love to whoosh, zip over to Wendell, and bam, buy out the store. Okay, so that's a crazy person. So there's supposed to be someone in this town that I could exchange Dead Bear Gold for a spirit. I'm gonna be annoyed if I could just jump back there. Okay, so this is the person. Oh no, he has a Dead Bear. Okay. I mean, I said I would, and he didn't have it. Okay. Strange he wasn't there the last time I came here at night. So what I read, he was in the northeast. I don't know if that means in town or out in the desert. Oh well. Let's see. Seeing? Nope. Why would I think that's the inn? I just got it there. I'm gonna go to the inn and save. Okay, I think I talked to him as well. Huh. Is it you? It's this person. Okay. So they made it sound like it was outside, and that's why I didn't find him. Well, you're no amateur, are you? Anyone with that much Dead Bear's gold must know what he's doing. And I'm sure you know that you need Dead Bear's gold to trade with monsters. So how about it? Would you like to deal? It just so happens I have some spirits. Today's special is Salamander, a fire spirit. So what do you say? I'd be willing to let it go for 3 measly pieces of Dead Bear's gold. No! Hee, that's fine. No skin off my nose. So what I wanted was a wisp, but I'm actually not sure if there's even a wisp day. Well, I switch over to the guide that probably does not tell me. I don't think it's going to tell me. Wait, let's see. No. Looked like it might have some insight on the AI you set, but it does not. It's exactly what I thought it was supposed to do, and it does not actually do that. What it's supposed to do. No. Okay, so the guide does not tell me anything. Should have the manual on here as well, though. I don't know where my physical manual's at. Okay, I do. I think this has the day cycle listed in it. Somewhere. No? I could have sworn that something I had. Maybe it was it. Yeah, there it is. It was on GameFAQs, that's where I found it. Okay, it does not look like there is a Wisp Day. There's like a unique spirit in Luna, Salamander, Undyne, Dryad, Djinn, Gnome, and back to the unique spirit. So I'm not sure. I would really, really like to have more Wisp, though. So, just gonna save. Huh, that's weird, there's no sound effects. Why are there no sound effects? I mean, there's footsteps. Huh. Okay. So I'm gonna restart real quick. That was weird. No idea what happened. I think talking to them glitched it somehow. Talking to someone glitched it, I guess. Okay. So if Dime Tower is hidden under the desert, then why not just... Well, I guess it's not Dime Tower under the desert, it's Rune Path under the desert. Oh, I still have Gnome equipped. Wow. That's not what I want. Doesn't matter. Oh my god, stop, you idiot! Quit walking away. Either I went through a lot of magic points or it did not heal me after that boss fight. Okay, so I'm going to rest at the end. I was going to build up some of my weaker spirits first. I also need to equip him with that that other accessory. Or maybe I should give him the one that I've got, the brownie one. Since he's going to keep getting himself killed. Actually, I don't think it's going to help against them. I need to switch to him. Such a stupid system. Okay. That's not going to make a difference at all in what he's got at the moment. Okay. So I want to check my status, see which spirits I need to build up. Most of them. I guess let's start with Salamander, since he's the lowest. I don't think the staff is going to be the best for this. That is definitely the best for it. Huh. I just noticed there's a red dot on my face. And I missed a chest. Okay. I'm not going to do this for too much longer. I'm not really sure where I'm supposed to go either, because I've already been to the two places I could go up here, and neither of them led anywhere. But yeah, as I was saying, since I had the I'm actually going to change his AI while I do this. Since I have to go to this place now, and he still gets up close and attacks. I don't understand AI in this. Why does it sometimes hit a bunch and sometimes it doesn't? I think it hits more whenever they're doing that reflect move. Okay, covering even more magic points. But is he also crouching? I think he's just standing on me. Okay, that's actually not too bad. It builds up fairly quickly. I want this. So I think it's counting each hit too, so that would also help. Okay, then I'm just going to go back and rest at the end. Earth coin. Okay, now I have a full set of coins. I do not know where the guy is that's going to want to see them. I don't know if I've gotten past that point. I also need to remember to go back to Topple. So I can return that tail to that kid. Yeah, whenever they're doing the reflect, it does constant damage while the attack is over them. If I can get him to do that. Yeah. It's only a little broken. But I mean, they do ridiculous damage with it, so might as well use what I can. I'm not sure how to get these treasures, though. And this is more or less what I did in Secret of Mana for my off-stream grinding. I really hope it's not another day-night thing to progress. That'd be really stupid. Okay. Another earth coin. Okay. I think. Did I get a magician already? No, I don't think so, because I think it was one level behind monk. So I'll get magician. Right. So now he's up to 10. Let's work on Luna. I think even if they're resistant or immune, I could probably, if I could figure out what they're called. That's another thing. Every enemy in this game has a weird name. Listen, that I have a fair amount killed. I don't think it's a red one, is it? Yes, it is. So it's resistant to a few and immune to shade. I don't think it was red. Although it could just be the nighttime palette. Yeah, okay, it's that's what it is. What the? And now it's immune to... Huh. Weird. I don't think that's something that it does. I think that's something that the Luna Magic did. So it's just the nighttime palette, kind of throw it off. Oh, I can actually hit it with the axe. Interesting. But this is a magic grind. Okay. Good for him. Good coin. he just take 100 damage from his own attack being reflected? That is absurd. I guess they're more weak to Luna. Or maybe just, I think they were just resistant to Salamander. Come on. There we go. Check out the status. So this is a pretty good way to build the spirits. I did not pay attention to my excuse me. Did not pay attention to my money when I opened status, but I assume I'm making a fair amount. I don't know if I don't think that the person will be in there, because this is morning and not night. Yeah, they're not there. So what was it before? So on Gnome Day, I might go out and roam around until it's night, and then go and see what I can get from that person. So I'd really like another Wisp to improve my healing. That should be 8. I'm getting a lot of Earth points now, when I didn't have any. Stop attacking it, you idiot. There's nothing else I can do for his AI either. He's set to the least attacking that it can be. Moondrop. I think that's part of another quest too, that I don't have. Although quests for items, I don't need to have the quest to get the item. Did so much damage with this Browning Ring. Okay. Attack. There you go. I think Mimics will all. Oh, I don't have enough magic for this. I think Mimics will always drop a chest. Oh, I'm done with Luna too. Okay. Jin, I suppose. So time should only really be passing whenever I'm resting at the end too. status. Okay, so now it's Gnome Day. So now I should go out. I'm gonna save before I try this. I'm gonna go out and run around a bit until time changes to night. Unfortunately, I cannot go in and out of town. So I'm gonna forego the grinding of... Come on. How am I not lined up with the exit when I come back in here? Okay. Let's see if that person is in there. And if they are, what can I get on this day? Let's check. It's still Gnome Day. Great. So this means I'm probably not going to be able to get the timing for the day, or for the for this sequence. I mentioned that before. Being a really troublesome part of this game. That's still saying it's Gnome Day down there. Okay, there we go. Now it's the unicorn, and it's still night. She's still there. She is not. So that answers that, I guess. So then I guess I could just pick a spirit to get from her. Since I can't get the one I'm wanting. Okay. So Jin paralyzes. It's not super useful information because I'm not usually attacking, because I want Wisp equipped at almost all times. I suppose I could just use items instead, but the Choco Lumps don't heal a whole lot either. I feel like at this point I should already have the higher tier healing item. Okay, there is also a dot Omni with Jin, but it's not flashing. I don't know that it even showed up flashing on stream or whatever I was doing last. I mentioned it. Oh, I thought I'd killed them all. I was wondering why they weren't respawning. And of course he starts swinging when it's reflecting damage. He's really dumb. Okay, back to the inn. Unless, because this is considered morning. Oh, Piccolo. Yeah, I have the money now. I will buy this as well. Unless this is considered morning, and that's why she's not there. So I guess Niccolo's stalking me, so I guess I'll go through this whole day until it's night again. Because that could also be a thing, because it's dawn instead of actual night. She is there. Okay. Okay, there we go. Alright. Yes. Hee hee hee. Thanks for your patronage. The spirit is officially yours now. I hope to have the pleasure of doing business again. Hee hee hee. So I don't know how I get more Dudbear gold. I was getting it as rewards for some side quests. That's how I got all 3 of those. I wonder if that's going to even do anything for healing. Because I have to charge it to get more than one to appear. I didn't even think of that. I just thought it made him stronger. I guess I will find out. But I went through a lot to get that, so I'm going to keep it. Especially since I've already saved. Check my stats again. Okay, 2 more. Actually go quicker if they started reflecting more. They do that all the time until I actually want them to. Nope. I was fully expecting the bomb. Another moondrop. Don't know what the moondrop does. Can I even check it? Okay. That's right, I didn't go back there after I got the fire gem. Wait, do I still have more Dudbear gold? Okay. See, I don't know how else to get that. Maybe some enemies randomly drop it or something? No, I didn't think so. Yep, and again, he just goes to town on it once it's reflecting damage. Not a moment sooner. So the grind is a little slower than I'd like, doing only 1 hit at a time. But this has still been a pretty good way to build up my spirit levels. Okay. Right. And I guess I'll go to my next lowest, and that's Dryad. Okay, looks like Dryad puts him to sleep. How did that not hit either of them? While I'm at this, I will see how Wisp does. It's not better. Going through all that, and it does not help me at all. think these things are resistant to Dryad. No, I don't have enough magic points. Okay. I can't do this once I get shade. I'll figure something out to build up shade. When I assume that it's actually building up because I'm attacking with it, and not simply these enemies in particular. Excuse me. So I just need to find something to throw shade at. He's not building up anything at all. But he's doing okay damage, just I don't expect him to be useful. But also, since he is my in-game partner, I should probably actually upgrade his stuff. A few things I need to remember to do once I'm done with this grind. See what, I can upgrade on him, go back to Topple, and I think there's something else I can do in Wendell. I don't know if I can fast travel straight. I did not expect that to pick it up. I don't know if I can fast travel straight to Topple, or if I have to go to Wendell and travel back there. Yeah, so doing this, it is very clear that only the last enemy you kill will drop a treasure chest. So if there's something you particularly... Wow. So if there's something that you're particularly hunting, you have to kill it last. That's not what I wanted to do. Oh, I'm out of magic points, okay. I'll check my level while I'm at it. Oh, up to 11. Went a little too far. Okay, that's fine. What was left? Undyne? Yeah. So I guess it didn't do the attack because I didn't have the magic points for it. So then that means I need to really grind out attack levels with Wisp to get better healing out of it. Which again is dumb. It's a single point per level. Like maybe 2 would have been better. Something better than 1. I think it actually costs more to use 2. Which is dumb if it's true. Anytime now. Yeah. It costs 3 more per additional spirit. So that means if I just want a quick shot of magic, I have to charge up immediately before the enemy I'm trying to attack. Which can be pretty bad because they can just attack me and knock me out of it. Oh my god. Let me out of it! That is also not useful for this. Because you can't hurt... Sure. Because you can't hurt them while they're... in pretty much any status effect. That stops them. Which is super not helpful. Built up quite a bit though. I wonder if the more spirits I use, the faster it builds up. There doesn't seem to be anything suggesting that though. If I could actually see the experience on them, I could test that out. Okay, so this grind, I don't know, maybe 30 minutes, which is not terrible. That's not too bad. It's a little more than I'd like to do on stream, but it's not too bad of an actual grind. It doesn't even do that much more damage. Like a couple more points, but it's not worth the additional magic points. Maybe I'll do this off stream with Wisp. Just to get better healing. You just cast! Yeah, like that. I couldn't just do a quick shot. Huh, okay. Because I was right next to them and it kept knocking me out of it. Okay, got a little high for Undine 2. Okay. So, now before progressing, well, first I need to go to the bathroom real quick. So I'm gonna rest and save. Then I want to go back to Topple and return that tail to the kid. I'm not sure what I need. I think that moon drop I got is for someone in Wendell. I don't know. I might check that before I get back. But I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. Be back in a couple of minutes. Right, I'm back. Let's get switched back over here. So, I don't know why I thought it was in Wendell. There's a guy here in Blacksmith. Yes. Not you. There's a guy here in Ishii that wants the Moondrop. It's a named person, so it's not any of them. Did I talk to you already? No. An adventurer? You might know something about this. What? What should I do? I'd rather not talk about it, but if I don't, we won't get far. The Moondrop is a legendary gem known among jewel collectors. Actually, see, there's a place. Maybe I shouldn't say. But on my own, grumble. Come on. Hey, I'll ask you to do it. The gem is in the Glass Desert. Seems there's a monster holding it. That's all I know. And I heard you can only get it at night. If you bring me the Moondrop, I'll give you 1,000 lucre for it, okay? Or Deadbeard's gold. How about it? Do we have a deal? Yes. We've got a deal. Pays to ask. Monster in the Glass Desert has a jewel. It's a rare gem called the Moondrop. Pay 1,000 lucre for it. I have the Moondrop. Okay. This is it, the Moondrop. Such classy colors, so luminous. It's enchanting. Oh, sorry. Your reward. Would you prefer 1,000 lucre or Deadbeard's gold? Deadbeard's gold. Say, let me know if you find more. I can't take it. I'm going to faint. This is it. So I have to talk to him twice with it in my... whatever. Okay. Huh. Wait, is that it? I can't take it. I'm going to faint. Okay, so I don't know if I can keep repeating that for more Deadbeard Gold, because he didn't mention the Deadbeard Gold again. But I think there are some other items. So, I think this would be a way to get more Deadbeard Gold. Who was it that I traded it to? I just did it earlier and now I've already forgotten. That's not it. god. Oh my god. Who was it I traded it to? Oh! No? That wasn't it. Yeah, it was right here. So, I could keep grinding up those moondrops, and I might get more whenever I grind up Wisp off stream. Trade them to him for more Dead Bear Gold, and then go talk to the person in here, who's not going to be here right now, and get more spirits. Let's see. What day is it? Jen. I just closed that. Okay. I'm going to rest at the inn, then go make it night, and I think get another gnome. Gnome has been doing work on bosses. Then I need to go back to Lormar, open up the Fire Geode, go back to Topple, and turn in the Charred Tail. Wisp is equipped. Okay, it looks like it does more damage to them, but they're also weak to it. Okay, so increasing the spirits pays off on enemies that are weak to it. Alright. Still gnome day, right? Yes, okay. Yes. Right. So it seems like an okay system here. Except there's no way to get shade from this. Unless it's different on the 7th day. Like maybe sometimes it's Wisp, sometimes it's Shade, but probably not. Okay, so now I want to go down to the... Yeah, I want to go to the Armory, but I want to look for the Cactus House too. I don't remember what that was at down here. Sure. Rather than take an axe to the face, it just exploded. This ring is absurd. I can't go that way. Actually, while I'm at it, that's what I want. He does have a spirit, so why doesn't he ever use it? Whatever. I know he doesn't have a lot of magic. Oh, now he's using it. What? I do not understand this game. Did I have to... I didn't have to equip it to, Willy before. What? Quit wasting your magic points, you idiot. There's nothing there. Okay. They just keep blowing themselves up. I just keep getting criticals. I get nothing for them blowing up, so that's fun. So weapon. No, that's not where I check it. It's in stats. So weapon. That's also not where I check it. Also not where I check it. Oh my god. A weapon to build up. There we go. I guess Knuckles, they can do work. Sure. Get up that way. Was there a cactus house even down this way? I don't think it was up north because there was a... But once I get to the armory, I guess I can check the cactus house in Lower Mar. And I can't progress here either. I've already forgotten how to get through the desert. Ow! Let me go. No, here's a cactus house. Never mind. So now I will... Well, first I'll harvest my crops, and then I will check what I can upgrade on him. Okay. So there must be multiple combinations, because I definitely did not mix the same thing twice. But I got two lily pods. Also probably have enough fruits and vegetables for... Oh, it's really ridiculous. For upgrading my equipment. I do not know what any of these combinations do. I could probably look it up if I really wanted a specific crop. I don't even remember what they do in Legend of Mana. I just remember getting a lot more in Legend of Mana. I should just check his equipment first, so I know what he's got. Can I even do that? Yeah, I can do that. C still has his bronze sword, so yeah, I can definitely upgrade his junk. I should upgrade my mace as well. Yeah, he can very much get upgrades. And he wasn't doing too bad in combat either, so the most damage he took was from those enemies that could reflect damage. Let's get him a new sword first. Obsidian sword. Wow. Wow. And it poisons. That is tempting. That is really powerful. That is even stronger. Jeez. See, that's more tempting for him. Because he's not going to be changing it at all. So he just gets a lot of attack power and other stats. Yeah, I think I'll do that. For him. I do not have a whole lot of money either. I just realized that. Steel? Yeah, I'll make a steel. Not sure what I've already got on this. I think it's... I guess it must be ash. Wow! That is a huge jump. Obsidian bow. Which one do I got? I do not have a lot of money. Since I've been using the bow on bosses, this is very tempting. Yeah, I'll do that. Okay, so he needs new armor, and I probably do not have enough money for it now. See, he's got bronze on most everything. Oh, that's why I couldn't make anything, because it was on me. So I got 1,800. So I do have to be careful what I spend on these. I think maybe just steal all around for him. Let's get a general upgrade on everything. He should also have bronze armor. Yes. That wouldn't be too bad. Slight upgrade and make him immune to sleep. I think I'll actually do that. And it's really cheap to make. Boots. He's got bronze shoes too. No bewitch. I don't know what bewitch even is. I think I'll get him that. Let's see. Gloves. I think he's got... he's got oak gloves. No snow. Okay. Already out of the snow area, I don't know how much that's even going to come up. Even bronze gloves is an upgrade for him. That's... wow. So I got... I'm not going to be able to do any upgrading. Yeah, I think I'll get him gator gloves. Okay. I really do not need any kind of upgrades with that ring I got. Okay. So I'm going to go in and out of here a couple times until he's done writing. So I do not need to do anything to win, just topple. But I might have to... no, I think I should be able to shoot straight to topple. Dingy sword. She's got a sword from underground where many years have settled. but the rusty junker that was found ain't more than old scrap metal. I think that was... yeah, that's it. So that was the last story thing, so... I don't know how many side quests actually completed. Oh. Pulled off some dangerous business, and the chief was never a yeller. I think perhaps compared to me, the chief's a better feller. Okay. Is that it? Nope, there's another. Okay. Oh, because I also turned in the Moondrop. That should be the last one then. There we go. Yep, Moondrop. She said they found a Moondrop and will make a ton of lucre. I'm starting to get worried that this may be just a fluke or... Okay. Yeah, that was it. So, back to Lormar. While I'm at it... Okay. Huh. I did not know there was an armory next to Topple. Actually, no, I think I did see that. What is that down there? Like all the way down at the bottom on that island, there's a dot and an armory. What even is that? I guess I'll check that when I get back to Lormar. I would think that since there's an armory, I could blast myself there, but apparently not. Okay. So now I'll check the map. Eventually get down there. Sealed cave. Sealed cave? Huh. Is that supposed to lead to the sanctuary? Is that supposed to lead to the sanctuary? Because I think that unmarked place north of Ishii is where the sanctuary's at. I suppose it could be down here. But then I also don't think that you can leave once you go there. No, don't. There. Okay. Back to the Lormar to open up the Fire Geode. Punch some Rabbites along the way. While Duke swings ineffectually at air. Ow. Just gonna heal him up before I level. Wow, he's got a lot of hit points. Remember my way back to Walmart. Just go up, I guess. No. This looks like that's a cliff, and it's not. It's... Yeah, I mentioned that when I went through it the first time. It's not the path I expected it to take. There we go. I don't know, where was that guy? I think he was this way? No. It was the other way. He's at the top of the stairs, I do remember that. Which geode seal do you want to break? Fire. This geode has salamander. I'll break the seal right now. Receive salamander or fire spirit. Okay. And can't even jump off that. Sure. I still have the dark geode. I don't know if there's more than one geode. I think there's probably only one of each. But I still have the dark geode that I can't open because I do not have salamander yet. Because I do not have shade yet. Okay. I actually kind of expected to get shade after the boss to finish off Lormar Castle. Because they're talking about being a dark spirit. And, nope, just some evil... I don't even know. And then apparently it wasn't really evil. Oh well, it's dead now. How am I doing on money? I do not expect to have much money. I do not. Yeah, that accessory should still work equipped to him, though. Let's go to... Oh my, I can only go to... That's why I can't go to the Silk Cave. I can only go to specific armories. That's annoying. Oh well. Okay, so probably what I'm going to do, since it looks like Twitch is starting to have a fit again, is I'm going to go finish off the quest in Topple, come back here, go to Ishii, just rest and save, and I guess I could call that a stream. Before it starts getting bad. I could just reset my connection, but I'd end up with like another 20-30 minute part, and I don't like doing that. Okay. See, I don't remember doing that at all. And I see it. I see it. I tried to hide it, but I saw it. Can I get down there? Let me down there, game. I can see it. Okay. You're gonna try to make me lose it. I saw that sparkle. Oh my god, just let me go there. Just showed that rabbi. I don't know if that showed up on stream. How do I get over there then? Ah, there we go. No? What? What? I can see the sparkle. Why don't you let me get it? Oh my god. This is really annoying. I can see it right there. There's no way to get there other than this. Because it wouldn't let me jump down. Like, it can't be something in the way that I can break, because I can't use weapons here. Excuse me. Oh my god. I'm just going to look this up. I am not letting that go. I see. Okay. I need the tiny tapper. Which I can't use. Because I'm not in combat and can't switch to him, and I'm immune to it. Oh my god, this game. This game is infuriating. These restrictions are really stupid. No, I can't even switch back to her. I would need to make completely new armor for her to remove that resistance. And if I wanted it back, I'd have to remake the armor. Yeah, it's... Oh boy. Okay, which house was it? Do you? No. I'm pretty sure it was someone in a building. Maybe not. Okay, stop talking. Can't imagine they're in the inn. Stop. It's not the old man. Or I guess he's not an old... whatever. Oh. So I skipped through this, assuming that I'd already read it. So he wants me to bring back a pouch of blood from the bats in Batmo Cave. They fetch a pretty penny in some circles. Of course I'll make it worth your while. So what do you say? Yes. Good, that's the ticket. I'll give you 100 lucre for each, and I'll buy all you get. Okay. So I guess I gotta make it day. So I might as well just stay at the inn. And the jumps in inn prices is ridiculous. Is that the kid? No. Where is the kid? Oh, they were in the. He was in the inn. Okay, not the inn. The item shop. This is barbecued tail. Barbecued newt guts are too bitter for me. I never could eat a whole newt. So my dad used to always give me just the tail. You saw my dad, right? Oh, good. He's still alive. He's alive. That's all I needed to know. I'll see him again, huh? Sure I will. I definitely will. See him again. I'm so glad I asked for your help. Take this as a thank you. Receive Dead Bear's gold. Okay. So, I'm going to go back to Ishii, make new armor, come back here, get that stupid geode, go back to Lower Mar, get Gnome, go back to Ishii, save and call it a stream. All this... No, this is not the way. All this busy work just because I can't... Because I can't switch to my partner outside of combat. I can't just unequip armor. Just... Where was even the path to... I know it was up. How did I miss a chest here? How am I missing the path to go? Is it over here? I just completely misremember. No, it's not over here. Take a look at the map, although that's not very useful. Yeah, it says it's right over here, and it's not right over here. Because this was really roundabout just to get to this screen with the geode on it. So I must have jumped off a cliff. I'm just forgetting it. I mean, not like a normal... I thought it was a normal jump down, where not having the jump ability was restricting me. But no, apparently it was an actual cliff. So I probably got to go through... Oh no, it's right over here. Oh, these paths are not very clear. Okay. So now we do the things I said. So I wonder what I gotta do to go to the sealed caves. It's marked because I've been there. When did I go to the sealed cave? Whatever. Here we go. Start getting some maps loaded up so I can take a look at it. Yeah, we'll go to the cactus house up here, make her some new armor. I don't even think I had enough money to do that before. I might have, but something actually worth using, because I lose the armor that I have now once I do that. So, robe. She currently has hemp. Which was really good, actually. Can't make any fancy robes. Oh, I do not have enough money for this one. That would have been a really good one to get. So how much money do I have? Okay, I'm gonna go kill some things. Maybe I'll... It's gonna be quicker to just kill some things. Oh, okay. So I'm gonna go kill some things, get some more money. This is turned into quite tedious, really. I get nothing if they kill themselves. It's fun. Get up to him. I don't know how much I'm making off these guys either. Okay, they're an okay amount. Just jump down. I'm going to go north of Ishii and fight monsters that aren't jackasses. Nope. What the? Oh my god, you... Nope. He's just gonna stay dead. That's really stupid. Leave the... Excuse me. Go back to the inn. I'm not wasting anything on him. Except for the money, I guess. I don't have the money for this game. I know this is later in the game, but how does an inn go from costing 10 to 200? I made 10 off of like 2 enemies at that point. I do not make 200 off of 2 enemies at this point. What the? I am very much convinced that the people who made this game have never played a game before this. Are you kidding me? Okay, now if he does it again, I'm just resetting. I'm getting tired of wasting my money on him. Hey, there you go, you have magic. So use the magic. Take a look at it now. How bad is it? Okay, so they are worth a fair amount, despite wasting 400 on this idiot. No, just hit him. Hit him with the magic! Magic is so poorly thought out in this game, too. Okay. Now I have enough... Now I have enough for... the stupid armor... Because if I'm replacing it, it's going to be an upgrade. It is not going to be garbage just to get what I shouldn't need to get new armor to pick up. some maps ready to look at to find out what that sealed cave even is. When he had something new to add. Did I even... Oh, I turned in the... I'll feast upon barbecued newt until the day I die. Whenever Dad gets it on his face, I laugh until I cry. Okay. Let's get the armor. Let's get this over with. Oh, it's still on the road. Okay, that's at least... what was it? It's going to get Gator. Although I don't think no snow is going to help. It's an increase. I don't really need that with the ring I got, but it doesn't mean I'm always going to use that ring. No, not ring, accessory. So... I'm just not going to have money for a while. Okay. Thank you, game. Oh my god, that is so annoying. Okay. Back to Topple. I don't even have enough money to rest at the inn when I get back here to just quit for the day. I'll punch some things along the way back, I guess. Okay. We found out what the sealed cave is. Maybe I'll recognize it from what the map looks like. No. That is progression. So I have not been there. So that's confusing. How is that progression? Oh, don't get there from here. Okay. Ow. Let's get this stupid geode. And back to Lormar. Earth geode. Ridiculous. Okay. So they are kind of hard to find. I might look up, or yeah, might make a list of where to find the ones I'm missing. Nope, again I'm forgetting where I need to go. Yep. So I guess this one is accurate to the map. It is directly west of Topple. So... how am I supposed to get down to the sealed cave? Do I have to do Dime Tower first? If I have to do Dime Tower first, why is it even there? No. The way the maps on this site are organized, they're in the order that you go to them. And sealed cave is before the ruined passage, so that's where the ruined passage is at. Oh. Okay. I'll worry about that next time, I guess. I'm getting really frustrated with this back and forth crap. It's even more so that I just had to make completely new armor just to get a thing. Like, I know I'm immune to the status effect, but I should be able to just switch to the partner at any time I need to. Because I have to even be in combat to equip a new accessory on them. To do anything to them, I have to be in combat. It's pretty dumb. Okay. This guy's just over here. And assuming that I get shade probably along the path to Dime Tower or in Dime Tower, means I'm also going to have to come back here again for the Dark Geode. This geode has no minute. I'll break the seal right now. Receive no minute of spirit. Okay. I think the max is 8 of each spirit, so I don't know. But knowing that, I actually expected to run into more out in the wild than just the ones that joined me for the story. And I guess I get them in the geodes. But then also from redoing the Moondrop quest for Dudbear Gold. I don't know. I don't know if there's places that I'm just like, maybe go to a certain map at a certain time of day at a certain day of the week. Because that's the kind of ridiculousness this game has in its time system. Okay. Oh, check the status. Not a lot of money from Snowy Rabbits, surprisingly enough. At least this guy doesn't charge for the cannon. They did in Secret of Mana. Although I don't remember it ever being much. I don't really care. Since I'm going to be doing a grind off stream to build up Wisp, I'm not too worried about the money. So I think these enemies are worth a fair amount. Even though it's technically before Lormar. But I guess I don't expect to get much out of Rabbits, even late game ones. Come on. Why does he keep using that only when they're gone? Come on, you idiot. No, quit walking away. Okay. Well, I was going to just heal up and restore my magic points rather than rest at the end. I'm just going to rest at the end. I don't care at this point. I am so frustrated from that sequence of events. Okay. Alright. So that's going to be it for today. Let me get switched here. So I know partly that is my fault because I had that no wimp on my armor. But that's not the point. I should be able to switch to him whenever I need to do anything with him. And that entire volcano was horrendous. My God, that is really bad. Especially almost entirely just because of the AI in the game. But also, why is the boss weak to earth? It's fire. Why is it not weak to water? Yeah, that was bad. And then the cave before it. Why was there tides in the cave blocking my progression? Okay. I've complained enough about that. Well, I'm next Wednesday's stream. I will need to end early because I have an appointment in the afternoon. I meant to mention that yesterday as well, but I completely forgot about it. I will also mention it next time too, because I have a stream before next Wednesday. I will mention it then as well. Alright, so that's it for today. I want to thank everyone for watching. I hope you enjoyed what you saw. I hope to see you again. Thanks for stopping by.